Hello, good morning, and a very warm welcome to the Greenbank Sports Academy here in Liverpool for the first of our double header here this morning. It's Bolton up against Manchester, and to begin with, the B teams go head to head in the National Futsal Series Tier 2 North. So the two teams then out onto the court, as you can see there, with referees Rhys Parry and Peter Nurse. Manchester, of course, in the blue, and Bolton in their change strip of yellow and black. And I'll run you through how the two teams line up today then. So for Bolton B, they have Logan Coates as their starting goalkeeper. Tyler Cook, Robbie Dean, Harvey Keogh and Conry Smith make up the rest of their starting five from the off. Here on the substitutes bench to begin with for Cosmin Cristea's team, Jake Martin, Lewis Stevenson, Matty Callan, Brad Aspinall and Benji Southern. Plenty of those youngsters now, of course, with Tier 1 experience for the Bolton Tier 1 side, who we will see later up against, as I say, Manchester in the second part of this double header. You can see the Manchester B captain there, Matthew Barton, in the centre circle with the match officials, as he's just joined by Harvey Keogh, the skipper for Bolton. Now, we don't actually have the starting five confirmed for Manchester as of yet, but their squad in full: James Kay, Frankie Mashin, Aaron Logan, Lewis Lampkin, Mateus Luna, Alex Edmed, Ryan Williams, who also takes charge of this team, Fabrizio De Silva, Matthew Barton, Joe Cordwell and Darnell Lelinat. Always a competitive encounter when these two teams meet, no matter the competition. They'll be meeting twice here this morning. Very much looking forward to bringing you this double header. It's not often that this sort of situation comes about in the National Futsal Series, but today we'll have the B teams up first and then the A team clash in Tier 1 to follow. It looks as though it's going to be Bolton here to get the game underway on the referee's whistle. It's another action-packed day up and down all across the country in the National Futsal Series, as the referee there blows his whistle, and we are indeed underway. Bolton playing from left to right in this first half, but they're giving the ball away straight away there, and it's a bit of a risky situation for them to be playing themselves into. Back to the goalkeeper it goes, and Coates sends that one long all the way through. And James Kay is able to collect. Just trying to work out the starting five for Manchester B. You can see captain Matthew Barton there picking up possession. Fabrizio De Silva also in that starting lineup. So too Aaron Logan. And the other man making up the starting five is Darnell Lelinat. Sent goal bound there by Barton, but it's a comfortable collection for goalkeeper Coates. Here's Smith. Smith wanting that one back and getting it here. Away from the initial pressure from De Silva, but runs it over the line. And it's out for a Manchester kick-in. Endel just trying to advance forward there down wide left, but his progress is halted. Will be a Manchester set play though. Oh, Bolton have won the ball in a good area. Robbie Dean with the shot on goal. Pretty comfortable one, though, for the Manchester B shot stopper there, James Kay. The first opening, though, in the game, and goes Bolton's way. Manchester goalkeeper equal to it. But not equal to that one. It's a brilliant finish from Tyler Cook, who finds the bottom corner and gives this Bolton team an early advantage. Excellent goal from the set piece after the initial stop from Kay. But there was no keeping that one out. In off the woodwork. And Bolton are ahead here early on, 1-0, courtesy of Cook. So the early advantage, the breakthrough here going the way of Bolton, who are the home team for today's game. They've got off to a good start here. Leliendal trying to make inroads into the Bolton defence on the right flank. He gets the kick in. Kay palms that one away, but it broke back the way of Dean. One's out for the goal clearance in the end, but Bolton still threatening on the Manchester net, having already got themselves ahead. Here's Leliendal. Can't get away from the challenge done, though, from Conwy Smith. And Dean feeds the ball back across to Smith, and Bolton have comfortable possession again. Here's Dean. Good challenge though from Leliendal. And it goes behind for the corner. Good look at corner. Bolton there seemed happy to actually set up for the goal clearance, but I think it was a corner kick, and referee on the near side, Peter Nurse, clearly pointing for that. Taken short there to Smith in the penalty area now. Leliendal with the initial challenge. Cook allowed to continue then though. It will now be the goal clearance for Manchester. One-0 to Bolton is the score. Tyler Cook with the early goal inside the first 2 minutes as he comes across there to play that one out of play via the touch off De Silva. And the kicking taken from the green sideline on this near side. The green lines that you need to look out for. The multitude of lines on the court today. Manchester win the ball in the attacking half. They've got it here through Lampkin. It's out now, though, for the Bolton kick-in, and coach Cosmin Christea there making a multitude of changes. Bolton restart with this deep-lying set play there. Lewis Stevenson gets the ball back forward. He goes with it, but a good challenge from De Silva. Bolton set piece from this near side, the right flank. Taken back, but De Silva's in the way, and there's an option here to the right if Manchester can work it right. It's a really good interception, though, from Lewis Stevenson, who turns that 2v1 into a 3v2 offensively here for Bolton. Aspinall didn't quite get the pass right, and that just allowed for the boys in blue to get back and get enough numbers back behind the ball. But it was a transition there on the initial transition, wasn't it? Very nearly leading to the opportunity on the Manchester goal after the initial pressure. Stevenson with that good interception. Sent goal bound there by Aspinall. Bolton still with the ball. Very much the team who have started the stronger here and have the goal to show forward as well. 1-0. Just over 4 minutes played here at the Greenbank Sports Academy. Aspinall helping it on its way. De Silva, though, does well. And Stevenson turns that one all the way back to his goalkeeper, Coates. Bolton will build out from the back again. Edmed. Manchester kicking. Left on the line to be sent into a more central area. Fortunate break, though, for Bolton, which started the counter-attack. Here's De Silva now, though. Again, it's an excellent piece of defending. 2v1. And Lewis Stevenson is the lone defender there for Bolton, coming out on top. It's twice now in a matter of as many minutes, really, that he's come out on top in that duel. It's a disappointing one again for Manchester to not take advantage of, but credit to Stevenson for the way in which he's defended those overloaded chances. De Silva here, though, and Coates with the save. Outstretched left leg to the left. And does enough there, the young goalkeeper, to turn it away. Aspinall back to Stevenson. Still Bolton 1, Manchester 0. And the first of the two-game doubleheader. This is the clash of the B teams in the Tier 2 North Division. It's the game's first foul. As Bolton earn themselves the free kick, which will follow. Taken into a dangerous area, but it was too far away from those in yellow. Coates back to Stevenson. Can't go back to Coates now as Bolton play their way up to halfway. Stevenson helping it forward. It's a nice layoff too as Bolton managed to find the pivot. Stevenson trying to work a better angle. Callan back to Stevenson again, and Aspinall. Well drilled, this Bolton team, by both coach Cosmin Cristeo and also the good work of Stuart Cook, of course. It's a lovely turn. There's an option in the centre as well, but it was just too far ahead of the onrushing Callan. Aspinall was in there as well. Bolton coming close to a second, and very much the team on top here. But it stays at 1-0. Good turn, and again Manchester might have an overload here in attack. There's a player at the second post. But again, it's well defended, and again it's Lewis Stevenson. That time conceding the corner. But again, another important defensive intervention. Sent goal bound, but not going to trouble the goalkeeper. Always dragging that one just too far wide of the target. Manchester with the ball, but not for long, as it's a bit of a heavy touch to see it run away from Matthias Luna, the number 7 for Manchester. Leliendal going long and direct. Breaks through back to Coates though. Bolton are on the attack again. Dean picks a good ball. Leliendal closest in defence for Manchester, but working a route through Cook. Runs through back to Kay though. Manchester kicking. Set back and there might be a shooting chance here. And it's in for number 2. Bolton double their lead, and it's that man again, Tyler Cook, at the double early on here. The difference between the teams at this stage, but Bolton very much worthy of this 2-goal advantage. Manchester with work to do because they're 2 goals behind. So Tyler Cook with both of them then. Both excellent finishes as well, really composed in front of goal. Had a half chance just a minute before that, but nothing of the quality that we just saw there. And it was a quality finish as well. Into the opposite corner that time. The first was into the bottom right, the keeper's left. And the second low to the keeper's right, but again, no keeping it out. Absolutely no chance for James Kay between the sticks in the Manchester net. And that doubles the Bolton lead. Here he is on a hat-trick now, of course, Cook. Keogh. Comes through to the goalkeeper, though. Bolton have it back. Dean, purposeful drive forwards, an excellent finish. Again, the same quality of placement with the finish. And Robbie Dean gets it on the goal-scoring act to make it 3-0. Well, Manchester might not know what's hit them here early on. Yes, they would have been very much aware of the quality that this Bolton team possessed, but to be 3-0 down, still inside the opening 9 minutes here, it's very much all going Bolton's way. You might just see a little bit of change of tactic here for Manchester as well with the use of the fly goalkeeper. Just reluctant in this sense now. It can't go back to the goalkeeper. He's going to let it run, and it's collected by De Silva. That's surely a trick of the press for Bolton, but maybe a little bit caught flat-footed or off guard with that. It can run back to the goalkeeper there, and Manchester get away with that. I just wonder whether we'll see more of James Kay stepping forward in possession, because it's been really, apart from those 2v1 moments that Manchester didn't make use of, it's been all Bolton so far in terms of attacking play. Oh, lovely skill from Cook, and he goes on again. Wider than the near post, but the goalkeeper taking no chances. Did get a touch on that, so it will be a corner. Off to Silva last, and out again for take 2. Set back for Dean. Not far wide. Always looked likely to just curl away from goal, but yeah, not far off target. So 3-0 to Bolton the score then. The first 2 being scored by Tyler Cook, and the third by Robbie Dean. Approaching the midway point of this first half. Still plenty of time left. Plenty of futsal still to be played. But Bolton very much the favourites to go on and pick up the 3 points from here. Nice collection. There's an option to the right as well if Martin could have been found. Good defending in the end by Manchester, but they then played themselves into trouble. Here is Jake Martin. It's a loose shin pad which has gone flying across the court. Manchester will continue. The game should be stopped now, as indeed it will be. The loose shin pad will be replaced by Manchester's Lewis Lampkin. Just a little bit messy though, isn't it, for Manchester, and that probably just sums up proceedings so far for them. They've played that one out nicely though. Better. Again, De Silva occupying a good space right in front of Coates, but that passing line was always cut off, or at least restricted. Martin, Dean helps it on its way. In space of last-ditch defending that time. Tyler Cook would have been sniffing a hat-trick there. I'm sure his eyes would have lit up as the ball was sent across to him. It's a good area again, and Cook with another chance for his third. Not the same quality of connection as we saw from him on his prior two strikes. Took it first time. Not the easiest to guide on target, but he'd be disappointed to not test the goalkeeper, given the range of how close in that one was. Just 1-0 on the foul count against Manchester, incidentally, so despite the intensity that this game's been played at, as the ball just runs out for the kick in there, it's still just the one foul in this one so far. Bolton, of course, continuing to press high, and they've got their just rewards for that, really, so far, in winning the ball in the areas they want off the visitors. They've done so again. Good ball across. Surely, no, it's a good stop from Kay. And that time the goalkeeper wins the individual duel. Dean just tried to clip it over the onrushing Manchester shot stopper, but James Kay was equal to the effort. Good save. The Manchester goalkeeper. Timeout having been called here, and with good reason, really, isn't it? For a bit of a rest break and reset period for Manchester. You can see there on the scoreboard graphic, which is now up and running. 8 minutes and 20 seconds left to play of this first half. Bolton leading by 3-0. The first two of those scored by Tyler Cook, and the third by Robbie Dean, who's also just had the chance to make it 4. But that James Kay save, probably the outstanding bit of quality from any Manchester player so far. The goalkeeper has been largely involved. Nothing he could really do to keep out the first 3, but a good stop to keep the scoreline down at 3. Manchester, with head coach Ryan Williams, will, as I say, just look to use this as a bit of a reset point and go again from here. But something from their point of view will certainly need to change, because it's been a tough opening quarter. Nearly 12 minutes played now of this game so far for them. So the players returning back out onto the court, and we'll restart after that Manchester timeout. Here's Stevenson. De Silva collecting for Manchester. Shot goal bound, and it's Just spilt away by Kay, but he was helped out by the backtracking Barton. We'll see what Bolton have up their sleeve then from this set piece. It's going to be Smith to take, back to Aspinall, the left-footed option across to Stevenson. Well closed down though that time by Caldwell. And that's going to be the first foul against Bolton. Bit of a cynical one, but the referee's going to allow it to go relatively unpunished in terms of keeping the cards in the pocket. Smith breaks through that first challenge, might look to round the goalkeeper, doesn't need to in the end. Just opened up for him, didn't it, on the angle, and I wonder whether the goalkeeper was a little bit offset. Smith taking the opportunity which was afforded to him. Good work to begin with in breaking through that first attempted tackle. And Conwy Smith at number 4. Bolton really now threatening to run away with this. 4-0, and still over 7 minutes of the first period remaining. 4 goals, 3 different scorers after Cook got the first 2. The man who's going to touch the ball next for Bolton, Logan Coates, bar one save I can remember him making with his left foot. I don't think really he's been too involved in terms of save-making action, definitely. It's not the restart after the timeout that Manchester would have envisaged, and definitely not now because Bolton have scored again. Matty Calland getting in on the goal-scoring act as well. Smith having scored the one just prior, turning provider now. And Calland with the close-range finish for number 5. And it really has been a 5-star performance in this first half for Bolton. Manchester must wonder what's hit them here. 2 for Cook, and then 1 for Dean, Smith, and Matty Calland, the latest scorer as well. Going into this game, you would have put Bolton as the favourite, 6 points above their opponents. Another chance with the long-range shot. Oh, it's off the post, it's still in play. I think the goalkeeper thought that was going wide. The game is stopped for the foul in the aftermath, but Manchester really riding their luck as Kay came forward but didn't fully commit to the fly goalkeeper, and it seemed as though, didn't it, from the expression of the goalkeeper that he thought that one was off target. There's another chance. They keep on coming, don't they, now in quick succession for Bolton. It's one-way traffic, it continues to be. I was just saying that Bolton, well, they would have been the favourites going into the game. They have 5 wins of the 8 league games they've played so far this season, lost the other 3. Manchester opposingly having won 3 and lost 5ers. Well, that's a fierce strike, wasn't it, from the left peg of Brad Aspinall. Will be another corner, but yeah, Bolton being the favourites in the game, but I don't think anybody would have expected it to be so one-sided. Certainly not in the first half. In the first 20 minutes, you usually see games certainly like this, as it's been billed today, and the nature of the game between these two, the northern counterparts of the National Futsal Series, both very astute clubs. You would imagine it to be a little bit more closer perhaps in this first period, but Bolton running away with it. It's a rare flurry here into the Bolton half of the court for Manchester. As the kick-in is taken short there to Lely-Endell. Lely-Endell will go for goal, and via the deflection, it could have ended up anywhere really after the touch off Aspinall. Manchester here with the corner. Set back there for Barton to strike, and this is more promising for Manchester, even just a succession of set pieces perhaps to maybe just turn the momentum in the game, if not the scoreline. Here's Mashin. Stevenson. Not past Leliendel. He's done well there, actually. Darnell Leliendel, but up against two Bolton defenders, and Aspinall trying to break away. The referee realising the ball was always running over the line, therefore not playing the advantage. And it's going to be brought back for the initial infringement and the free kick. 4 more changes for Bolton as they ensure freshness from the sidelines. Benji Southern, the player on there to take the kick in. Forward to Dean. Dean away from the initial challenge of Edmed. The Silver unable to win the ball as well. Bolton moving the ball around with a good pace and purpose in their play. Long clip over the top, but that one runs through to Kay. Into the side netting from Mateus Luna. Manchester coming into this game off the back of a 6-2 victory, albeit against bottom of the table Leicester. They would have been hoping to build from that win last time out and build some confidence and momentum moving forward. It hasn't turned out like that at all for them. Bolton, on the other hand, having lost 9-5 away at East Riding last game, so it just goes to show that the form book has pretty much gone out of the window. Here's Leliendel, though, and on the turn, good pivot play from the Manchester focal point of attack, but just prodding that one the wrong side of the post from his point of view. Manchester on the attack, but it's just wide from Edmed. Better signs, though, haven't there been in the last couple of minutes, or really since the 5th goal went in, which is, again, that's what Manchester were looking for at 3-0 when they called the timeout, but if it didn't come at that stage, at least it's come in the last few minutes for them. Just that sign of improvement. And here we see a indication of James Kay forward into the attacking half, and he can't have the ball back in his own half now. That's an indirect free kick. Yeah, James Kay here doesn't know the law. Once he's had it in his, well, anywhere on the court, he can't have it back in his own half. It's a good decision from the match officials. Doesn't matter where he first touched the ball. Once he's had it in the attacking half, he can't have it anywhere on the court. The goalkeeper, I think, just being explained the laws of the game by the near side official Peter Nurse, who was right on top of that. The timeout here called by Bolton then, and really such a pleasing moment in the game for them, but I just wonder whether coach Cosmin Christeo will be asking his team to keep up the standards before half-time, having maybe just noticed a little bit of a drop-off, as I'd alluded to in the last few minutes. Of course, not always a timeout called when things are not going well. Sometimes you see teams call timeouts for all sorts of reasons, set pieces, not the case here, of course, but There's a whole host of reasons why coach may choose to hand in that precious timeout card, but just wonder what the thinking behind that one is for the Bolton coach. Timeout card had already been handed in prior to the award of that indirect free kick, but I wonder whether that was discussed in the timeout minutes as well. Dean didn't come to anything if it was discussed for Bolton. Long diagonal, too far ahead of Barton. Good run from the Manchester skipper, but not the same quality on the pass to him. Oh, it's against the woodwork. And Coates grateful that it came back his way to gather. The closest that Manchester have come so far. Nearly getting one back before half-time as a first-half consolation and maybe a spark for something better in the second period. It's almost out of nothing, wasn't it, really? But Coates was beaten. The woodwork to Bolton's rescue and keeping the first half clean sheet intact. That's a foul on Aaron Logan. Dean pressurised, but again, so comfortable under pressure as so many of these Bolton players are. It's a clear foul on Dean that time, which takes the foul count to 3 each. Foul count just creeping up in the last few minutes, but 6 fouls, although shared equally in this first half now. Clean challenge, good one that time from Barton. Dean finding Keogh. Just bounced away from him to begin with, but managed to restore control of that individual duel in winning the kicking. Martin was a decoy and the effort on goal instead came from Dean. Out for the corner, it was a clever one from Bolton. All eyes in Manchester defence were on the man closest to the ball. Played back again, hits Dean, although had to control on his less favoured left to begin with. So a little bit of care lacking on the pass appreciation there on the initial taking of the set play. Dean makes a good run, wanted it on the parallel, instead it went inside for more of an in-court ball. Dean still tenacious as ever, keeping it in play. Decision goes against him though, although Manchester aren't going to be allowed to take it from that position. The referee's just wanting to calm the situation down, ensure that tempers don't begin to boil over. 90 seconds of this first half left. Bolton 5, Manchester 0. Long diagonal, but it's a good interception again, a really important one. Cook that time just sliding in to get an all-important toe to the ball. Across the face of goal, but Lampkin was a couple of seconds behind it. Decision there going Manchester's way. It's the cue for Kate to come forwards again. Ten to 12 is the kick-off time for the later clash, the Tier 1 game between these two clubs, by the way, if you were wondering, so do stick with us for that one. It's part 2 of the double header to bring to you live on the National Futsal Series YouTube channel this Sunday's day of action. drilled goal bound that time, but no fortune on that occasion for Cook. Keogh. Cook just toying with the Manchester defence. Standing firm in his way, though, was Barton. Stevenson just asking and making sure that the 5 metres are afforded to the kicking taker. Here's Dean. Nice ball roll, goes for goal then with the outside of his right foot. I think it would have favoured a left foot shot. Just tried to prod that one on target. And it seems as though then Bolton will, barring late drama in this first half, go into half time with the clean sheet still intact, and that will be another pleasing factor for them. Only to have scored the 5 goals, but to have really restricted the opportunities that this Manchester B team have been able to create as well. Did hit the woodwork, didn't they? But it was a long-range shot, and other than that, really, Manchester's opportunities have been very much restricted. When you think to the whole host of chances that Bolton have created as well, but not taken to go alongside the 5 that they have. Very much worthy of this big advantage. Kicking taken short there, but no time for anything to amount from it. The corner as it was, but then the buzzer sounding to signal the end of this first half. 5-0 to Bolton is the half-time score. Manchester with a mountain to climb in this second half if they are to get back into this clash between these two clubs, B teams in the NFS Tier 2 North. You can see the half-time score there at the midway point. It's all gone Bolton's way in the first half. Half-time, Bolton 5, Manchester 0. Welcome back then to the Greenbank Sports Centre here in Liverpool for the second half of this one between Bolton B and Manchester B. You can see there the half-time score 5-0 in favour of Bolton. Manchester with a mountain to climb here in the second half. If they are to get anything from this game, it was one which, going into it, Cosmin Christea thought was going to be a bit of a tough encounter, and highlighted the fact that he thought Manchester had become stronger in recent weeks. But it's worth highlighting as well, no Reducio King in the playing squad today for this Manchester B team, who has been involved in recent weeks, so that may have just slightly weakened the Manchester team here. But still, all credit to Bolton for the way in which they've performed in that first half and got themselves this hefty 5-goal advantage. Long there from Cook, it's off the head of the Silva. Good footwork, and here Manchester on the attack. Good start from them at the start of this second period. Goes at and behind. Both teams are asking for it, and I think goal clearance is the eventual decision. Bolton immediately springing an attack for themselves. Smith will allow that one to run though, and settles for the kick-in. Asking for handball there, the Bolton bench, but play's allowed to flow freely. It's still there for Dean, and the referees have given the penalty. Kay is disappointed with the decision, but it looked a stonewall one, really. Seemed as though as it spilt away from the goalkeeper, Dean got there first, and then the goalkeeper brought him down to ground. We won't get the benefit of a replay here today, but it seemed as though it should be a spot kick, and either way, that's what indeed it shall be. So can Kay make amends, or will Bolton here further extend their advantage right at the start of the second half, despite the better start to the second period that Manchester had there made? Looks as though it's going to be taken here left-footed by Aspinall, who fires it in right to the top corner. Excellent spot kick from 6 metres out, no mistake from Aspinall, sending the goalkeeper the wrong way. Don't think he would have had much chance had he gone to his left anyway. Aspinall absolutely thundering that one home. There's the scoreline. Bolton 6, Manchester 0. And it just gets even better for the home team at the start of this second half. Smith is going to be penalised there as the kick-in is overturned, so Manchester will have the offensive kick-in here, high up the court. It's a good area. Coates, though, comfortable in turning it away. Short from Cook. Aspinall just dragging that one behind where Smith was. Amazing display though so far from this youthful Bolton B team. It's amazing to think, isn't it, that 7 of the players in the Bolton squad today are just 16 years of age. Leliendl. Kicking a good ball through there to Barton. It's another good stop though there from Coates. Pretty good challenge from Leliendl to disrupt any progress down the other way from Cook. Wasn't too involved really in the first period, Coates, but he's made 2 good saves at the start of this second half. A back post finish from Cook, but it was too high for him to reach. Aspinall jumping in on that one, the latest goal scorer, of course, for Bolton from the penalty spot. Cook not quite getting that one right. Here's De Silva. Leliendel goes for the return ball on the wall pass. Didn't get it, but will get the kick in. Manchester just looking for that spark from somewhere to maybe just change what's left of this game, if not the scoreline and result overall. It seems very much as though Bolton have got the 3 points wrapped up already, but Manchester will want to ensure that the scoreline remains as low as possible and see if they can get themselves on the score sheet a couple of times maybe as well, and improve from here on in up until that final buzzer. They weren't happy with the decision to award the kick into Bolton to begin with there, but it was a bit of a wasteful one from Bolton anyhow, so Manchester do now have the ball back. Barton into Leliendel. Leliendel trying to work the shooting opportunity, but that avenue, or any potential avenue of the shot there, was quickly shut off. Smith has here just stayed down for the time being, at least for Bolton. A little bit of a concern for them, and there hasn't really been too much to be concerned about for this Bolton outfit, but Smith back to his feet, albeit hobbling. Just caught, I think, as Leliendel tried to get the shot away. He will be replaced. Benji Southern is the man who's come on for him. Ryan Williams, the player coach of this Manchester B team, onto court as well here. Jans Krumich also at the touchline over on the far side for Manchester as part of the coaching team. There's Martin. Ball there from Logan for Manchester. Will be the corner. Overlapping run was used as a decoy rather than actually playing the pass there from Barton. 4 minutes gone since the second half restart, and since that point Bolton have added themselves another goal. Manchester not really going anywhere with that set piece as Bolton look to pounce again and lock on in a 2v2 there. Back to the goalkeeper though. Manchester using Kay as the spare man option. Stevenson helps it back to Coates, who just made that one perhaps a little bit more difficult than it needed to be. Barton back there to the left peg of Williams. Overlapping run. It was a nice idea there to try to feed in Harvey Keogh, but just too much weight on the roll back for the overlapping run. Bolton again here looking to lock on in the attacking half. Okay, forward here. Into the attacking half as the fly goalkeeper. He will pull the trigger. Asking for the corner. Didn't look to be a touch on first viewing, but they were certainly appealing for it. Stevenson, and it's just wide. Benji Southern with the chance. Nicely fed into his path by Stevenson, but just off balance as he tried to get the crucial touch and diverting it goal bound. It would have been an empty net really, but just difficult to control where that one ended up whilst losing balance there, Southern. Stevenson, loose one from him that time to give it away to Logan. Gets fortunate though in getting it back. It's a good sliding tackle from the Manchester captain Barton. Keogh was the intended target for that. It breaks instead here to Logan for Manchester. Now Williams. Have been signs of improvement in the second half for Manchester, despite the fact that they still haven't been able to get their breakthrough. Does feel as though a Manchester goal might be coming though, if they can continue to apply the pressure on the Bolton net. Caldwell. Barton forward, down wide left. It's done well there, Southern, and it's 3v1 here really for Bolton. Across the face of goal, they've worked it beautifully, but just the finish was lacking. Keogh again stretching for it, difficult to control, not dissimilar to the opportunity that Southern, who was instrumental in creating that chance, as he there just commits the foul, but created the prior opportunity. Benji Southern really. Again though, just off balance. That time it was Captain Keogh. Cook. Here to Aspinall. Callan receiving on this near side. It's given it away though to Leliendal, and De Silva pounces on it. Richard De Silva goes for goal. And Manchester do indeed get themselves on the scoreboard for Richard De Silva. Just finding the net. Just wonder where the coach maybe had his angle set a little wrong for that one. But Manchester and Fabrizio De Silva taking advantage, getting them on the scoreboard, and that will be the most pleasing factor of the game so far for them. 6-1, still a very long way back, and it would be something of a catastrophe if Bolton weren't to go on to win the game comfortably from here. And it's going to be brought back there for the free kick. No advantage being afforded to Bolton as Manchester got bodies back, but mentioned that a goal might have been on the horizon for Manchester just prior to them finding it, and indeed it played out that way. De Silva might be in again here, just a heavy touch though, sees it run away from him. Just a little bit loose again though from Bolton in dangerous areas they can't really afford. Yes, on the scoreboard they can afford to concede more goals and still win this game comfortably, but in terms of just keeping control of the game, which is what coach Cosmin Christou will want, and ultimately what the players will want out there on court as well, in keeping overall sense of being in control of proceedings. Can't really afford for for sloppy passes like that if that's still to be the case. Chance there, and it's another Bolton goal. And it's Tyler Cook with his hat-trick complete for Bolton. I think it took a deflection en route through, which helped it on its way past goalkeeper Kay. But Bolton, and particularly Cook, won't mind at all about that. It's a hat-trick for him. It's 7 now for Bolton. And they have their 6-goal advantage back after conceding. 7-1 the score. And Tyler Cook wraps up his hat-trick. It's a blow for Manchester after scoring in just a couple of minutes prior. Lofted for a potential volley, but it wasn't the nicest of deliveries to Luna. Dean with the setback. Cook. Nice pick out again to find Dean. Back to Aspinall. Goes for goal, but it was well wide in the end. Silva. Blocked well by Cook, who was firmly in the way. Silva back down the line into Leliendor. Just had to get something on it really and try to divert it on target. Alongside the post. Long throw. The last touch coming off the head of De Silva. Corner then here to be taken. There's 2 in a line, but that was anticipated well by the Manchester defence, who were ready and waiting for that. Saw it coming all the way. Bolton still with the ball. Good challenge though from Leliendor, and here Manchester are on their way. Good stop though from Coates. They denied Matheus Luna out at an angle. It was an acute angle opportunity for Matheus Luna to take advantage of, but when chances have been few and far between for them, it will go down as one of their better moments, one-on-one with the goalkeeper. Luna through again here. And that, a better quality chance than the one he's just been denied. Unable to hit the target that time, which will be disappointing to not even test the goalkeeper. It seemed as though the Bolton defence just stopped momentarily. De Silva certainly haven't stopped here though, Bolton, and win the ball back high up the court as Cook managed to get the shot on target, but Kay was always going to stop it. Here's Leliendor. Back to the goalkeeper. They're asking for a back pass, and indeed, after a little bit of hesitation from the officials, it's given us the indirect free kick. I think Manchester are arguing that there was a touch on the ball in the challenge, which is probably what brought about the hesitation from the referees, Reece Parry and Peter Nurse, who I think ultimately took control of it in awarding it. And we saw an indirect free kick given for a back pass to the goalkeeper. An offence against Manchester in the first half. That one, though, was much higher up the court. This right on the edge of the penalty area after the infringement inside the box. Bolton players, after a little discussion, are going to take this one across there from Smith, and it's just wide of the target from Keogh. There was disguise on it from Smith in playing the pass across to Keogh instead of the most obvious setback. Leliendl. Handball there given against the Manchester number 19, Darnell Leliendl, who I think is actually going to receive a yellow card. No, it's not gone to him, it's gone to his teammate there, and Matheus Luna it is who's been cautioned for dissent in arguing against that decision. Just frustrations, understandably, but beginning to show there for Manchester. Confirmation of the yellow card going to Matheus Luna for the visitors. Is Leliendl. On the turn is Williams. Back to Leliendl. The challenge from the sliding Harvey Keogh. K forward centrally, which is opposing to what we've seen from him and coming forward in wide areas as an in-possession goalkeeper so far. In the end, just maybe leaving a little bit on the goalkeeper there, but it went unpunished. Here's Jake Martin, who gets the kick in. Nice forward ball. It's a good stop from Kay that time to deny Keogh. Still there for Bolton. All the way back now with Smith. Still they have possession. Slammed out of play on the near side by Barton. Eight minutes and 40 seconds left of this one. 7-1 to Bolton is the scoreline at the moment. Throw out from Coates, finding Smith across the face of goal. Stevenson will collect. Will he? No, it's just out of play. Oh, really well done by Martin, who went past the defenders with ease there. Jake Martin, and managed to get the shot away on goal as well, but real quality about that was the way in which he just breezed past the Manchester defence. Martin then takes the following corner, but with no success. It's taken that time to Smith. It's a flying save to the left by Kay. Shot goal bound, but blocked by Smith in the way of Barton's effort. Martin running forward here with options both sides. Went alone though in the end, and now Bolton need to get back. It's a nice slip ball through here to Lampkin, and he will get the decision with the foul. I think the yellow card is out of the pocket of the referee as well here for that challenge. Showing the way of the Bolton offender. I think it was shown to Harvey Keogh, I believe was the man to have made that tackle. Mistimed tackle, as it were, so the opportunity here for Manchester from really good position. We'll see if this set piece can prove to be the route to their second goal. 7 minutes and 16 seconds on the clock. 7-1 the score in favour of Bolton. 3 each on the foul counts. Will that scoreline be about to change from this free kick? Let's see what Manchester have for us. Two options behind it. It's going to be left though here for Barton to Williams. Back to Barton. It's a good block by the Bolton wall there, who did their job well. Manchester changing the angle. Back to the captain it went, but no route past the resolute Bolton defence. Williams. Williams in the way that time as the ball instead, but for the block or interception, would have run through to a waiting Conwy Smith. Here's Smith now. Stevenson palmed away though by Kay. Out from the Bolton kicking again. Stevenson just being told exactly where to take that one from. Does so now back to Smith, who tries to feed it back to Stevenson, making the advancing run, but the decision there going Manchester's way after the initial signal from the referee in favour of Manchester, but I think just the reaction from the players has ultimately led to it being Bolton ball. There's a definite signal, though, wasn't there, from the referee on the far side, who's also just in discussion with those on the Manchester bench, and I wonder whether his attention was taken away from the fact that he'd actually given that kick in Manchester's way by the complaints that the Manchester bench had. Manchester with the ball now. De Silva. Cook, lovely footwork. Was just pulled back there, I think, Cook, and indeed he is going to get the free kick decision as a result of that. The referee just trying to wait and see if an advantage would come as a result of that, but it's going to be brought back in the end. Good refereeing. Ed Med there, I think perhaps a little bit fortunate not to get the yellow card shown his way as well for what was a deliberate pull back. Just over 5 minutes to play, still 7-1 here to Bolton as Conwy Smith stands behind the free kick. It'll be a direct shot on goal, fancied that one, did Smith, but no luck in finding a route through. Callan, they're dispossessed by Luna. Smith, nice footwork, really neatly done. Trying to weave a route through, but there was their way through that particular maze of blue shirts. Good goalkeeping from Coates, out quickly to read the danger well and ensure that nothing was going to be sent the way of his goal. Silva feeding that one through here to Leliendal. It's another stop to add to the tally for Coates, whose save count has really risen in the second half. Now down the other way is Dean. Silva with the interception, past Cook, but only into the path of Aspinall. Taken quickly by De Silva. Mashin looked to be fouled, and the referee agrees. The yellow card there shown to Aspinall, was it? No, I think actually the referee just raising his hand there to indicate the 5 fouls, I beg your pardon. So 5 fouls against Bolton. Just going to emphasise the intensity, which this second half has remained, and 4 fouls against Manchester at this stage too, with just over 4 minutes of the game left now. Bolton unable to give away any more direct infringements, else it will lead to a 10-metre penalty. We've already seen a 6-metre score today. Aspinall putting that one away for Bolton. I wonder whether goalkeeper Coates may be called in to save making action from penalty spot as well before time is out in this one. Leliendal on the turn, finds the corner. Manchester have themselves another. They'll go and get the ball back and continue fighting right until the very end. 7-2 the score now, and Leliendal, who has been a threat from the start of this second half in particular. Opportunities for Manchester as a whole were limited in the first period, but Leliendal has come into the game more as the match has grew on, and he gets his goal now too. 9 goals in this one, 7 of them for Bolton, but Manchester have found the net twice in this second period. Leliendal, the latest scorer, as Bolton, as soon as that goal went in, handing in their timeout card. 3 minutes and 45 seconds to be precise left on the clock. 7-2 is the score. The only player to have scored more than 1 goal in this one. Tyler Cook with his hat-trick. Still to come today, of course, as a reminder, we'll have the second part of our double-header. Today's clashes between Bolton and Manchester. Multiple clashes. This the first of them. And the second between the 2 Tier 1 outfits. 11:50 is the kick-off time for that one, so do stick around. They're about an hour's time. That one will be getting underway from now. Back to the action with the restart from the centre circle after that latest goal found the net. Bolton might score straight away from the restart. It's just the wrong side of the post, but a strong resumption for them after the timeout. Leliendal. Back to Leliendal again, surely! And it is in for another Manchester goal. Darnell Leliendal with a couple in 2 minutes, and there's a little bit of a discussion in the aftermath as well between Leliendal and Coates, and the goalkeeper's going to be cautioned. I'm not sure exactly what the yellow card has been given his way for, but you can see the scoreline there, 7-3. Manchester get themselves back within 4 goals and just make the scoreline look a little bit more respectable with these 2 goals in the in the last couple of minutes. Darnell Leliendal with a brace. We're into double figures for goals scored today, and I'm sure we'll have plenty more to bring to you with the next game as well, but 7-3 is the way in which they've been split in favour of Bolton so far. Mashing back to Leliendal. He loses out that time though in giving it away. Here's Dean into the penalty area. Kay will look to pounce. I think he had two hands on that, did the goalkeeper, and the foul has been given as a direct foul actually anyway for the touch on the goalkeeper, who's just stayed down, and there's a little bit of concern about his welfare for the referees. Just wonder whether it was actually his right arm just holding onto that elbow pad instead. The goalkeeper thought it was his head which had been caught initially as a head injury, but it seems as though it will just be the award of the 10-metre penalty for the direct challenge on the goalkeeper, and the 10-metre penalty will result then as a aftermath of that. It's a little bit of a silly 10-metre penalty to give away, you could say, but I don't think it was an intentional foul. So in that sense, there was nothing that could really be done to prevent this from amounting in the aftermath. We'll see if Manchester can get back to 3 goals behind then here. Joe Cordwell from 10 metres. Can Coates make the stop? It's over the bar. He doesn't need to make the stop. Too high from the left peg of Cordwell, and that chance goes begging. Never as easy as they look then. 10-metre penalties. Cordwell, the latest player to be unable to take advantage of one. Cook, lovely footwork into the box again, across the face of goal, and somehow it just evaded the outstretched right foot of Stevenson. Not quite sure how he didn't make any contact with that. Agonisingly ran away from him. Bolton on the attack again. Manchester though with the ball back now. It's an option to the right which is used. It's Williams. Williams goes to ground. Referee says no foul. I wonder whether it's been given as a Bolton kick in. Indeed it has, yeah. So maybe a little bit surprising that there's no caution for simulation there. Just wonder how that's really been given as a Bolton kick in. It's surely got to either be a foul or ultimately a dive and a yellow card for simulation. So the referee's just actually giving neither of those two, and instead just the kick in. Again, it's one that really you'd like to see back in an ideal world, to see if there was any contact there. Bring the man down or not. That one will be a foul, and there will be another opportunity for a 10-metre penalty here for Manchester. Again, it's a foul which is given away in the attacking half, but will ultimately lead to this golden chance. That one probably more preventable than the first, in just being a little bit overzealous in the nature of the challenge. Dean is going to be perhaps sensibly replaced. 7 fouls that Bolton have given away in this second half now, which is too high really. That's why the 5 foul count is there, and the opportunity will again fall on the shoulders of Cordwell, who missed the first time. It's against the posts on the second time of asking, but put in on the rebound. And credit to Lewis Lampkin, who followed that one in and ensured that he got there first to tap home at the second time of asking. So Manchester do get themselves back within 3 goals. The clock is going to beat them in terms of any potential comeback. They've definitely restored some well, just wonder what's exactly happened there. On the far side, it's Aspinall who's down. The goalkeeper, Kay, is being told to move away. It's going to be a kick-in rather than the award of any free kick of any kind, so tempers again just beginning to boil over a little bit. Hope's able to hold on to it. Here's Stevenson. Touch just took it out of the path of Callan, albeit it might have been just a little bit too far behind him anyhow. 7-4 doesn't really tell. His 3 goals all going to Manchester. Just change the picture on the scoreboard. Bolton maybe a little bit guilty of just stepping off the intensity of things a little bit, but you can argue on the other hand they've kept the intensity too high in giving 7 fouls away, so it's kind of one side of the coin or the other in that regard. Either way, Manchester have found a route back into the game in terms of the overall play as the second half has progressed. We're into the final 30 seconds now before this Bolton victory will be confirmed. Bolton, who won the reverse fixture back on match day 2 by the narrow 1-goal margin, 2-1 the scoreline that day. Want to get the job done in a much more convincing style, even if the scoreboard doesn't suggest it fully. Here's Smith, just wide, which would have put Bolton back 4 goals to the good. Maybe just rushed that a little bit as well, and was knowing the clock was running down. The referee called time on the game, and I think the goal clearance is going to be taken, hasn't it? Officially anyway, the ball's got to be in play. It's going to be taken back to 1 second. Peter Nurse being precise with the officiating. It just needs to go long from the goalkeeper, and there the buzzer will sound. It's just a formality of a final second enforced by the officials. As it finishes 7-4 then, Bolton, the victors in the first of this double-header between these two clubs. Bolton and Manchester will go head-to-head again in the Tier 1 clash later on. 10-12 is the kick-off time for that next game. But it has finished here in the first clash in this Tier 2 North encounter, and it's finished in favour of Bolton, who really ran away with it. But Manchester getting themselves 3 goals towards the end after Bolton led 7-1. The final score here at the Greenbank Sports Academy is Bolton B7, Manchester B4. Hello and welcome back, or welcome along if you're joining us for this one specifically. We're live for you today on the National Futsal Series YouTube channel for a double-header. This the second part of that double-header between Bolton and Manchester. Already today, Bolton B have beaten Manchester B by 7 goals to 4. And up now, the showpiece event. It's the Tier 1 game between these two clubs. Well, you can see the two teams out onto the court now then. Bolton in the black, Manchester, of course, in the royal blue. And I'll run you through how the two teams do indeed line up then. So, starting with Bolton, who are the hosts for today's game. Captain Joe Payne is between the sticks in goal. Kai Lawless, Connor Woodworth, Scott Gunn and Connor Kernahan make up the rest of Bolton's starting 5 today, with substitute goalkeeper Joe Bickerstaff starting on the bench alongside Rob Harper, Adam Barr, Oscar Lucas, and then recently re-signed duo Ollie Whaley and Mikey Bulmer. There's no Stuart Cook here today for Bolton, so Joe Ryan and Cosmin Christea take charge of the Bolton team. As for Manchester, of course, Sam Richardson is the player coach in charge of his Manchester side. So Kai Bone is the starting goalkeeper today. Jeff Adubafor, Jordan Edge, Thomas Anitovic and Scott Thompson are the rest of the starting lineup. There's no Miles Chadwick for Manchester, so the two substitute goalkeepers are Raza Ali Shah and Jans Krumins, and then the out-court substitute options to begin with from the bench are Uriel Araujo, Jan Maiveld, Danny Stapleton, Jake Barnes, Sam Richardson, Raducio King and Salim Karimi. Well, referees for this game today are Peter Nurse and Reese Parry. Two captains there just coming together in the centre circle. It's Jordan Edge with the captain's armband on for Manchester. And the skipper, of course, for Bolton, goalkeeper Joe Payne. Seems as though Danny Stapleton is not going to be in the starting 5. It's going to be Edge alongside Thompson, Adubafor and Anitovic. So Stapleton starts from the substitute bench, and Sam Richardson there, it looks as though he's going to be taking on just a purely coaching role today. Despite being named amongst the substitutes, he isn't in a playing kit, so taking on a purely coaching role alongside Ilya Ovechkin. Ready to get this one underway then, the second part of the double-header today between Bolton and Manchester. First blood going to Bolton in the B team's game. Let's see which way now this one will go then. Manchester kicking from left to right as we look at things in this first half. Thompson helping that one on its way. Payne out of his penalty area. It's an early involvement for the Bolton captain. Here's Edge. Going for the long diagonal ball. That was cut out though by Payne, who then maybe didn't quite realise the extent of the pressure that was applied from behind on him. Bolton's first period of possession. Long ball forward here to Woodworth. Unable to find the target though. We saw 2 second half 10-metre penalties in the B team game. Earlier on, they both went to Manchester, with Bolton in that second half conceding 7 fouls. I wonder if it will be a similar level of intensity, and if we will see the foul count rise high in this game here, as we saw earlier as well. Kicking here for Bolton is taken short. It's swept across here then now to Woodworth. Back with Lawless. Lawless, though, has been robbed of possession, and Anitovic has sent an opportunity to maybe make something more of that than he actually did so in the end. Decent recovery from Lawless after the initial error. First minute played, still good to see a proper opportunity on either goal. The day before, just toying with the Bolton defence. Manchester have had the more possession so far. Thompson forward here to Dubafor, who I think was trying to take that one in his stride, but was forced in the end to just check back and turn away. Thompson, Edge asking for the foul. Dubafor collecting, twisting, turning, still Jeff Dubafor rounding the goalkeeper, but it's a really good block. A crucial one for Bolton. It was Scott Gunn who came to his team's rescue there. Payne was well and truly beaten, left sprawling around on the floor. Such silky footwork though from Jeff Dubafor to cause that. Everything but the finish. And that because of the good defensive work there from Gunn. It's an early warning sign though, isn't it, for Bolton, if they needed one of the quality that Manchester have all throughout their squad, and less so really than Jeff Dubafor. When he is firing all right. Woodworth. Lawless, straight though to Edge. Edge past Lawless with ease. Goes down, gets the foul. And Lawless is going to escape a caution. I just wonder whether that would be the case if the game was in its latter stages, rather than here at the beginning. Peter Nurse just having a word as well with some members of the Bolton bench there, just laying down the orders for those over on the far side. First foul of the game goes against Bolton then, and Manchester here have this set piece. Edge. Nice ball through to Stapleton. Good ball across as well, but Thompson squanders the chance. Big opportunity that. Manchester, who've already seen one golden opportunity go begging when Dubafor was denied. Thompson with perhaps an even better quality chance. Stays 0-0. Bolton, though, riding their luck a little bit early on. Breaks here for Kernahan. Bone with the stop. Pretty straight effort, really, from Conor Kernahan. Unable to really ask more of a question of the Manchester goalkeeper. Here's Gunn. Way back with Payne. Kernahan. Back to Kernahan again in search of Woodworth. Just runs away though. Quickly closed down. First sign here of Kai Bone stepping out of the regular goalkeeping position. He's over on this near side, offering as a different option from that deep line kick. And here's Myval now for Manchester. Myval working the shooting chance perhaps, and does so, but it's only into the side netting. Long parallel ball there is cut out well by Stapleton. It's out for the kicking over on the far side. Played 3.5 minutes. It's still Bolton 0, Manchester 0. Mikey Ballmer back onto court for Bolton, having recently re-signed from York, leaving the Vikings mid-season. And so too, back onto court for Bolton, Ollie Whaley, the number 9. Full-blooded challenge there from Payne, but came out and won the ball. Judged it well and had to there, the goalkeeper. Had to get that one right and did. Jake Barnes there setting short, formerly of the Manchester B team, of course, one of those who have made their way through up to the Tier 1 ranks. So too Thomas and Knightovich, who started this game as well. Stapleton wrestling for possession. Is there going to be a free kick given for that? No, it's just going to be allowed to flow freely. I thought that Stapleton's shirt might have been being pulled, but the officials were happy with the nature of the contact. Bolton get the game going again. Looking to lock on here as Bolton were forced back to their own corner of the court, and it will, as a result of that high pressure, be a Manchester corner. Myvel. Stapleton pulls the trigger, quickly closed down though by Bulmer. Going for Stapleton, who sweeps it long. It looks lost cause. Thompson didn't think so. He's nearly on the end of that again. The goalkeeper had to be alert there. It's a few times now that Payne has just been involved in situations like that. Sweeping up to the edge of or outside his penalty area. Very much a commanding goalkeeper in that sense. Bolton goalkeeper and captain. Here's Whaley. Wayward there from the right peg of Mikey Bulmer. Goes behind and will restart with the goal clearance. Relatively even so far. Manchester, of course, have had those two big chances. The first for Adubafor, the second for Thompson. Both with gaping nets, really. Generally, though, in terms of the overall play and the pattern of the game so far, it's been relatively equally shared. Long ball forward there from Payne, and if Manchester can ensure that Bolton resort to long diagonal balls like that, then I'm sure they won't be too displeased. Kick in there taken by Edge. Manchester with the ball back in play. Barnes. Fiducio King wrestling for possession again. Options both sides, but he was then dispossessed himself. Bulmer just being asked to take that back to the halfway line and obliges. Right, from Bone was a good one. It sets Barnes on his way here for Manchester. It's a good block though by the sliding Adam Barr. Another one of those on court today who have played their trade elsewhere in clubs across the Tier 1 National Futsal Series, formerly of Wessex, of course, Adam Barr. There's Myveld on the volley. Good delivery, which is always crucial for a volleyed corner like that, but just not quite the direction on the finish on that particular occasion. Ball given away pretty cheaply, but it's back now with Bolton. Manchester didn't have it for long. Out for a Manchester kicking again, right in front of their substitutes bench. Comes across here to Jordan Edge. Myval forward with a parallel ball down the line. It was meant for Araujo. It will be the free kick after the challenge then by Uriel Araujo. Araujo pointing where he thinks it should go, and indeed it goes back to Anajtovic. Now across to Araujo, forward down the line for Anajtovic to get on his bike after, but it was always going to trickle over the line. The green lines that you need to look out for today in the court here at the Greenbank Sports Academy. Opportunity here, and Rob Harper was going to get the corner at the end of it, but it could have been so much more there for Bolton. A bit more of a direct ball through to him, and yeah, good quality chance. It will be Harper here to take the corner across the face of goal, but it was just behind the on-rushing Conor Kernahan. Looked like a well-timed run to that second post, but this was just played behind him and agonisingly close to what would have surely been a tap in. Here's Edge. Goes to ground, but no foul. Looked a clean tackle. Thompson offloads to Araujo. Just over 7 minutes played, still 0-0. Araujo here with it. Edge. Anajtovic was backtracking, although the pass was straight to from where he came. Thompson, Araujo is an option over on this near side. Never found though. Manchester just maintained possession through Anajtovic. Just wonder whether that pass could have been offloaded, because Araujo had a whole load of space. Anajtovic in a bit of a sticky situation. With the help of his goalkeeper, they get out of that. To Manchester. Araujo now wearing the number 3. It's cleared away. Again, Payne commanding in that sweeper keeper sense. Araujo sweeping it forward in search of his captain. Asking for a foul there at Bolton, but the game's allowed to continue. Doesn't seem to be too much in it, really. Edge now. Anajtovic with the lateral run across from right to left, collecting there. Wasn't really tracked that run either. Here's Araujo now. Into a more central area for Anajtovic as Manchester continued to work their rotation, but then it brought it back to Bolton. And it looks as though it will be a full line change of all 4, the on-court quartet for Bolton, as they keep things fresh from the sidelines. Let's see with what level of success these newly introduced 4 players can bring to the court for them. Whaley, one of those back on for Bolton, and finds the corner. Wonder whether Bone might be a little bit disappointed to concede from so far out, but Ollie Whaley won't mind about that at all. Take nothing away from the quality of the strike. Caught the goalkeeper off guard, I think. And Ollie Whaley back in Bolton colours and back amongst the goals. 1-0 they lead, and somewhat against the run of play as well. Manchester, who had those 2 big opportunities early on, couldn't take either of them. And really, they've been left to rue those missed chances, because Whaley has come up with the goods with the Bolton goal and the breakthrough goal. Manchester now looking for a response. Stapleton stepping onto that kick-in. Just asking for the 5 metres. What to do before places the ball down on the line. Stapleton, but straight into the Bolton wall. Do before back to Thompson. Always rising high though, wasn't it? Just got underneath that one too much, but I suppose you can spin it one of 2 ways. The fact that Manchester didn't score when they were I'm sure they know as well that if they continue to play the way that they started the game, then they'll carry on creating chances as well. Whaley, the goal scorer, to take this kick in there. All the way across here to Lucas. Blocked by his opposite number 7. Just to do before who was in the way. There's Whaley. Just took a flick off the head of Barnes on the way through. Do before was able to take control though. Barnes now back to a do before. Bolton stepping up the pressure with Bulmer leading the charge. And ultimately winning the ball back by virtue of the kick in. Good press again. With the intensity there in the Bolton front line. White ball smashed across the face of goal, and it wasn't far away from where Whaley was. Bone thought about going long there, but in the end, just dropped it short. Stapleton tries to get round on the near side of picture there to Ollie Whaley down the line, but again, good goalkeeping. And how many times have we said that so far from Joe Payne in the Bolton goal? Not necessarily in terms of the actual saves he's had to make, but just his overall commanding of his half at times, isn't it? Not even his penalty area. Really impressive stuff. Here's Barnes. Ball past that time though. It's far too far ahead of Thompson. Quarter of the game played thereabouts, and it's 1-0 to Bolton with the breakthrough goal coming courtesy of the re-signed Ollie Whaley. Bolton leave the ball on the line. To be taken by the second player. Barr now, no real options inside his own half, with the goalkeeper already having been used in possession. But did well to pick a forward pass. Bulmer. Challenged by Stapleton, who's asking for the kick in, doesn't get it. Kernahan after the return ball. Trickle back through to Bone though. Bolton, of course, at this stage will be the happier of the two teams, but as I say, I think overall there's signs that Manchester can be pleased with as well, but it's just a scoreline that they won't be happy with at all. It's gone out of play there. I think it did go out. Conor Kernahan's asking for the game to have just been allowed to continue, but I think it had crossed the line. Don't have the benefit of replays to bring you today, but on first viewing I'd certainly think that it had just on the dead ball side of that line. Nice clip ball across the Bone, which broke the first line of the press. Here's a do before. Bishop King offloading there, and a do before might be in. So too King. It's somehow evaded both of them. Woodworth and Barnes in the way. Again, it's another promising offensive moment for Manchester, but one which comes to nothing ultimately. Too many of those moments like that have just dwindled out into nothingness, haven't they, really, for the visitors so far? Plenty of time left. Only just having moved into the second quarter of the game. Do before. Challenged well by Lawless. Do before using his strength, though, to his benefit. Now King. King trying to twist and turn a route through. Long throw out, and the flick had a goal ban. It's a comfortable collection in the end, really. comfortable playing inside their own half like that, aren't they, Manchester, and even dropping the ball really short from those goal clearances when under that high pressure that Bolton possess. It's a sliding challenge which the referees are happy with there. Bolton have it back now, 2v2, Lawless. Woodworth tries to help him out, opens up the angle for Lawless to go on and shoot. I'm going to say it was from a long way out. It was really, but it wasn't quite as far as distance from which Ollie Whaley found the net, so in that sense it's probably worth an effort on goal. Edge, King wants the parallel ball. Goes to a do before instead. Edge forward now in search of King. Trying to find Manchester number 11 up as the pivot in that instance. Woodworth with the flick header back to his goalkeeper. I'm not quite sure he knew that Anizovic was lurking behind him, but it works out well for Bolton in the end anyway. Just 2-1 on the foul count against Manchester at the moment, incidentally, so not really threatening a 5-foul half at the moment, although still time left and we know how quickly that foul count can indeed creep up. Lawless across there to Woodworth. Bolton could find themselves a second goal and give themselves a cushion on the scoreboard. Well, then that really would be a pleasing situation for them to find themselves in. Don't sense any panic from Manchester at the moment, though. Lawless there, not happy with the decision. There was also a push out by Lawless on Mauricio King. It seemed to go unpunished by the officials. I don't know whether there might just be a talking to them when the ball goes out of play. That battle continues off the ball between King and Lawless. Once was not involved in the initial battle. Barr getting the decision that time from the near side referee Reece Parry with the award of that kick in pain. Drilled on the diagonal, but cut behind where Harper was. Interesting watch, this one so far. Just the one goal in it, but there's been plenty of action besides that. It's going to be a free kick given for that foul on Lawless. Don't think really that the Manchester offender can have too much to complain about with that one. Again, I think the card's going to stay in the pocket of the officials, which is somewhat lenient. Salim Karimi, it was there, the man to give away that free kick, and he's the first defender in the wall here. The offset wall as it is, defending this Bolton free kick. Adam Barr's going to strike it. Karimi, though, doing his job, ensuring that that free kick concession didn't lead to more than just the set piece chance. Harper taking it back to Barr. Now Lucas. Barr to Bulmer. Nice block as well from Oscar Lucas to just afford Bulmer a little bit more time in possession. Barr forced to go back to Payne after a miscontrol. Payne under pressure from the 4-second count, had to just readjust. And in the end, Bolton give possession back, but in a comfortable area for them to do so. Here's Bone with space to advance into as well. Goes back to Myval. Karimi. Anizovic looks a foul, and despite the Bolton protest, I think that's the right decision. Really, I don't think Mikey Bulmer's complaining about it. In fairness, it's more the fellow Bolton players and those on the sidelines that were complaining to the official. Here's Anitovic. Trying to find Myveld on the diagonal. Harper, though, was in between that pair. Already today, one game played in the Tier 1 of the National Futsal Series. Maidenhead United back to winning ways. They've beaten Derby by 5-3. It's the first confirmed result from the top flight of the men's game this weekend. Elsewhere later on today, Bloomsbury host York. And Loughborough will travel to the Andover Leisure Centre to face their hosts in Wessex. Action continues to come thick and fast. Here's Edge. Edge wanting that one back. Nice idea, you can see the intention. He's trying to get him behind, win the back of his defender, so to speak. Edge forward on the parallel, but it's difficult for Myveld to control. He's done well actually there in the aftermath to get to that Myveld. Edge likewise in keeping possession. Myveld now with more time. Manchester overall with more comfortable possession again. Bolton will be happy if it's in these areas though. It's when Manchester break through, but of course it causes them more problems. Harper there just with the hand of an apology, I think, just for giving possession away cheaply rather than really holding on to the ball after winning it back. Edge challenged well by Barr. Was keen to offload to the right though straight away. Lucas now. Simple foul, and there's a sliding challenge after as well by Barr, well after the whistle. Lucas is the man who's seen the free kick go against him for the first challenge. Edge is asking the question of, I think, a yellow card, which is now a dangerous game to play because, of course, you can get caution for asking for a booking. But I'd have to say I would agree with Jordan Edge, really, in his complaints that no yellow card was given for that. The level of leniency remains high from the referees in keeping the cards in the pocket. Barnes might be in here for Manchester. The sliding tackle from Lawless. Barnes goes down and it's being given. Peter Nurse has also pointed to the spot. Both referees are in agreement. Bolton not happy with it, I think. Oh, has it been given? Well, the referee on the near side initially seemed to point for the penalty kick. I thought Peter Nurse had as well, but the yellow card's been shown to Barnes. I think in the end it's a call of simulation. Well, Bolton do get the decision they wanted. Bit of a controversial moment because it seemed for all the world as though to begin with, and I think the Bolton players, Manchester outfit likewise, thought that a penalty had been given there. Again, you'd love to see it back. I think it was one where Lawless really was sliding in to try to block the shot. That shot then never came. Barnes played for the penalty. There's no question that he tried to win the penalty. It doesn't mean you can't win a penalty if, I guess, there's enough contact in there, but referee on the far side definitely came to the conclusion that the yellow card should be shown for the dive. And the free kick here will be given the way of Bolton as temper's just again rising. And the timeout is going to be called here by the Bolton bench. I just wonder whether this is a result of keeping the cards in the pocket. On one hand, I understand why the referees are trying to manage the game by preventing cautions. They kind of understand the intensity of the game and how these two teams usually go at it full-blooded, and in that sense you don't want to be throwing out yellow cards left, right and centre. But on the other hand, if you don't lay down the law and get the cards out at times, then maybe the Tempers will begin to boil over like we've seen in the last couple of minutes, perhaps. Timeout then here called by the Bolton bench. And we'll restart with the free kick when we get back to the game. Just over 3.5 minutes of this first half now left. Still Bolton 1, Manchester 0. Ollie Whaley with the goal to put Bolton ahead. A reminder earlier today, if you missed it, Bolton beat Manchester 7-4 in the game between these two clubs' B teams. It was a very youthful Bolton team as well. Really impressive display from them, who were 7-1 up at one stage. Manchester restoring some respect on the scoreline by scoring 3 goals late on to bring it back to 7-4. That's how it finished. And just the 1 goal here so far. But again, it's Bolton on the right side of the scoreline. And Manchester with work to do. Referee begins the 4-second count. Kernahan takes it back to Woodworth. Doesn't seem as though that timeout was specifically designed for the set piece, more so just a regular timeout, really. Lawless under pressure there from Araujo, and immediately you can see the intensity just creep up a notch or two again in terms of the Manchester press there. Bolton always keep their press really high up the court and intense. Manchester always like to do the same. Just wonder whether it was emphasised that maybe that had just dropped off a little bit in the last couple of minutes. Here's Araujo now. Wayward of Araujo that time, but Dubafur is there in Manchester blue. Araujo away from Kernahan. Payne with the save and then rushes the clearance that didn't really need to be rushed. No chances taken though. Safety first style opted for by the Bolton goalkeeper. Araujo looking to try to change the angle and come inside there, but Woodworth robbed him of possession, and Lawless on the overlap was fed the ball, but nobody at the back stick for him. Dubafur, lovely control there from Jeff Dubafur. Brought that down to perfection, just couldn't quite work the room to get the shot away from the defenders. Edge up to Dubafur again, who looks the most likely to me for Manchester by way of either scoring or creating a goal if they are to equalise before half-time. That's a really crucial interception there from Edge, and it started this 3v2 as well in favour of the boys in blue as Dubafur sees that shot blocked. He was comfortable in allowing Bulmer to skip past him because he knew the ball was running out of play. It's an interception of huge importance though from Edge, which kick-started the transition on the initial transition. And Manchester going down the other way with an overloading attack for themselves. Dubafur asking for help, goes back to Bone. Header away from Bar into the stand of spectators on this near side. Dubafur going to ground, and again the free kick is given. Slightly softer one that time perhaps than some of the clear-cut decisions, but a foul given nonetheless. Moves Bolton now into 4 fouls. And Znajtovic freshly back onto court takes that one. Happy to just play out and and playing a more regular 4v4 system rather than trying to work something from that far out central free kick though. King wrestling with Barr in the centre, all the way across the face of goal, and that proves to be the route to goal for Manchester. They're back level. It's Thomas Anajtovic with the finish at the back stick. Edge, the provider with the assist, and Anajtovic sliding in did the rest. One each. Manchester will feel they deserve that goal as well, given the chances that have been and gone for them. Bolton set back. Manchester back level. We've got a minute to play before half-time as well. Nicely controlled there by King. Here's Anajtovic, the goal scorer, who was only on the court for 30 or so seconds before sliding in to put that one home. Wants it in the centre again there, Anajtovic. It will be a Manchester corner. They're keen to turn this game on its head before half-time. I thought they might do so there, you know. The referee is going to caution a member of the Bolton substitutes bench, but as that ball came across, it was lofted for the volley. It was so inviting, wasn't it? But Scott Thompson just couldn't quite keep it down. Boulder on the end of that, but it trickled through to Bone. Here's King. Bournemouth's done well. Referee happy with the challenge. Here's Edge. Final 6 seconds of this half when the kick in here is taken, as Oscar Lucas is back onto the court here for Bolton. Manchester as well, I should say, have also made a couple of changes there. I believe Oscar Lucas was the man shown the yellow card in amongst all of that as well by the far side official. Try and get that clarified, but I believe it was Lucas who was cautioned. Comes across here to Lucas. And you'd imagine that's the last chance of the half, really. Couldn't keep it down, couldn't divert it on target. Wasn't much pressure in terms of a defensive press on him as he struck it. And indeed, that's the end of the half as the buzzer sounds to bring this first period of 20 minutes to a close. And nothing to split between the teams ultimately after 20 minutes. 1-1 is the score then at half-time. Ollie Whaley getting the game's breakthrough goal before the equaliser just a couple of minutes ago from the sliding in Thomas Anajtovic at the back post to draw Manchester. They will certainly feel, at least, deservedly back level. 1-1 it is at half-time between Bolton and Manchester. Don't go anywhere, as this is still set up very nicely for the second half. Welcome back then to the Greenbank Sports Academy here in Liverpool, where we are set now for the second half. You can see the half-time score there. Bolton 1, Manchester 1 at the midway point in this National Futsal Series Tier 1 clash. There's the referee on the far side, Peter Nurse blows his whistle, and we're back underway. Bolton now attacking the goal to the right. Manchester will hope that all of the goal-scoring action is down to the left. It was Ollie Whaley who scored at that end to give Bolton the lead in that first half before Thomas Anajtovic got the equalising goal, sliding in at the back post to draw Manchester level just a couple of minutes out from half-time. Edge. Bickerstaff, who's on at half-time here for Bolton, palming that one away. Edge going for goal, and it's a second save in quick succession there for Joe Bickerstaff to make. Out again for take two here from the corner. It comes all the way back to Thompson. So a bit of a change of dynamic then really for Bolton, given the change of goalkeeper at the start of the second half, because Payne was so commanding in his play in that first half outside of his penalty area as well. Not saying that Bickerstaff won't be, it's just a bit of a different ask with any different goalkeeper in. When you change at half-time like that, you always know the situation might change, as Lawless there got his head to that second post ball. Woodworth sent it in fiercely. And it wasn't far away from finding the net as Lawless made contact, but not quite the level of contact that he wanted. He just needed a bit of a stronger connection. Just adjudged to have gone out of play on the far side, so despite Woodworth putting that one into the net, it's not going to count. There's Lawless. Edge away from the first challenge. Options both sides here. King all the way across. And Manchester turn it in. It's Jake Barnes with the finish. A really well-worked 3v1 there for Manchester, who, when the opportunity was presented to them, would have been expecting to score really with a two-player overload like that, but it had to still be taken. Indeed it was. Jake Barnes with the final touch. And Manchester here are 2-1 ahead. They turn this game around. Really well worked, wasn't it? Edge led the charge. Manchester, now the team who on the right side of the scoreline, and it's the first time that we've said that today in both the earlier encounter between the B teams of these two clubs and the game here with this Tier 1 clash. 2-1 to Manchester, the score. Bolton looking to change that immediately, but it's a loose pass that time from Gunn. Manchester might be in a game, but Bickerstaff's done really well, and really alike to how Payne was commanding in the first half. Bickerstaff so too there. Thompson. Bickerstaff out again, into exactly half actually this time. Here's Lawless now. Woodworth sweeping it across. Ilya Ovechkin calling the orders there from the sideline for Manchester and pleading with his players on court to really apply more intense pressure as Sam Richardson takes more of a back seat today, interestingly. for Manchester. Mentioned that he's listed as a substitute but not in a playing kit. Just sat there looking a little bit more reserved, far more reserved than usual. I'll tell you, Ovechkin leading the coaching side of things, really. Well, whatever was said at half-time in the Manchester changing room, it's worked well for them at the start of this second period, and sometimes the case, isn't it, when one team scores just before half-time, that they come out in the second half and continue in that same fashion. Sometimes half-time proves to be more of a reset, and really you would have said half-time came at a good point for Bolton, because Manchester were the team who probably, if that first half had carried on for another 5 playing minutes, would have been the favourites at least to score the game's next goal, but ultimately it's played out that way anyhow. Forward from Barr. Here now is Bulmer. Lucas. Whaley. Stapleton in the way. Play again. We've played just over 3 minutes since the second half restart. 2-1 to Manchester now, with the score having been 1-1 at half time. Edge closed down quickly there by Lucas, but Manchester are going to get the kick in anyway in the end. Myvald and the pressure from Barr. And Knightovich. You would imagine Manchester will be able to play with a bit more freedom now, but saying that, I didn't really see them change in that sense. Didn't panic at all, did they, when they were behind? Manchester never really do. Always see them as one of the most professionally performing teams in the National Futsal Series, if that makes sense, in terms of how they go about their business on court. Asking for the corner there, but the decision is goal clearance. And Bolton get the favourable call. Manchester win it back. Thompson. Maybe a bit of an inquest in the Bolton camp as to how they get the ball away when inside their own half with such ease there. Myvald with the final touch, out for the kick in. Long diagonal ball, and Lucas is on the end of it. And his header guides it just wide of that near post, but it's a really nice pick out to find the run of Oscar Lucas. Very close. Bickerstaff goes short. Saw that a few times from Kai Bone in the first half of Manchester. Bickerstaff in a similar fashion, just dropping the ball really short there. Set for Whaley, blocked though by the two-man Manchester wall. There's Barr. Whaley now. Straight to Myvald, really, although the pass was then just played with too much pace. Manchester have a 3v2 here. They made use of the 3v1. Can't make use of the 3v2. It's a good recovery from Lucas, and Bolton might be away themselves. Kernahan. Bone down low to his right. Again, another end-to-end moment. Whaley lets it run through cleverly. Lucas sees it blocked by Myval, but a nice bit of disguise there from Ollie Whaley. Not quite sure if Lucas was expecting it or not, though. Ahead of play today, Bloomsbury, of course, the league leaders. Manchester level on points with them before this game. Second in the league, Bolton then third. 7 points behind their opponents today as Bulmer plays that ball right across the face of goal, begging for a touch. Really the all-important factor though for these two teams is to finish inside the top four, of course. The end of season playoffs, which is what the big prize is at the end of the regular league season. Maidenhead, the team who is currently in fifth and having won today. Maidenhead, prior to this game, moving just 2 points behind Bolton. Here's Harper. Woodworth to Kernahan. Harper across to Lawless. Trademark Kai Lawless skill, that one. Asking for the foul, but didn't go to ground, and therefore probably in the contribution of the decision making. I think it's going to be a corner actually in the end. Manchester Matter had set up for the goal clearance, but it shall be a corner. Harper, but I'm not quite sure what they're trying to work there because that angle really wasn't on. Lawless. Kernahan. Good ball to find Harper. Not quite the same quality on the follow-up pass then, and a nice block from King in just seeing off the pressure from Woodworth. Bickerstaff's distribution. It's a wayward pass from Lawless. Harper has given that one away. Here's Barnes now, past the defender, across to King. And it's a good stop from Bickerstaff from really close proximity. Now Lawless. Kernahan up to Woodworth. Runners in the centre, one of them Lawless. That run really well and was able to see it back to his goalkeeper Bone. Thompson. Kernahan not happy with the call. Long from Bickerstaff, but not quite sure who he was trying to pick out that time. Thompson. Kernahan takes that one and controls on the chest. Now Lawless, still just one goal in this game. The latest shot is fired in but off target. 13 minutes exactly to play. Thompson skips away from Woodworth. Duberfor's made good ground in the centre of the court, but Edge had any potential avenue closed off there as he falls over the bib which was left on the court. I don't think really the bib should be on the court, but any suggestion of anything there was deliberate in tripping Jordan Edge up. I think is a bit far-fetched. Conor Kernahan just being told to wait or retake the kick in, having taken it too quickly by the referee. just threatened to boil over completely, didn't it, at one stage in the first half, but things have settled down in terms of the fouls and overall nature of the game since then. Just the one foul in the second half, in actual fact. Is that one going to drop? It's to Whaley. Lawless, better from Bolton this now. It's not a good pass though, and that one will be a foul. And Whaley, I think again, is going to escape a caution. Jernigan is back to his feet but hobbling. He's off to be replaced, and well, they've certainly been consistent, haven't they, today, the referees, in restricting the yellow cards given, but the ref is back to the point I made in the first half about sometimes yellow cards being necessary. Here's Thompson. Up to Barnes, nicely done. And tried to feed it back to Adu before. Whaley, more of a clearance away really than anything else. Barnes now, blocked by Lucas. Here's Barr. Whaley on rushing to the right, goes back instead, does Barr to Lucas. Adam Barr has it back now. Whaley just chipped it past the outstretched leg of Anitovic, but only through to Bone. Anitovic allowed to advance. Didn't look a foul. Now Bolton are asking for the free kick, and they do get that. For the secondary challenge there by Adu before. Lucas helped out by Bulmer with the screen. Lucas, this feels promising for Bolton. Well, it fell in the end. Long ball out from Bone. Whaley across to Bickerstaff, who lifts controls, but under no pressure. Used as more of an escape route from any potential Manchester press. Of course, at some stage, if it stays this way, Bolton may consider the fly goalkeeper tactic, but really, it's a long way off at this stage from needing to go gung-ho for that. Bulmer. There's Whaley now. Bulmer on the overlap. Well blocked though by the sliding challenge from Jordan Edge. Necessary. Well executed. Across to Woodworth, oh, it's against the post. Back for Bulmer. Somehow it stays out and Manchester can breathe a big sigh of relief there. Woodworth goes for it again. Bulmer ends up with it again. Bolton have the corner, but it could have been oh so much more for them. Went for placement rather than power when he usually goes for the latter, Woodworth. Maybe caught the goalkeeper off guard a little bit as well. Goes for more power that time, but it was blocked by Karimi. to edge, but Woodworth takes charge. Again, Bickerstaff out of the regular goalkeeping position to offer it as an option on this near side. Just comes into frame now. He is with the ball. Not a bad way to pass, but it just kind of the wrong time to play. Woodworth, Bolton still knocking on the door, aren't they? Still very much potential for this game to swing back the other way again. Bolton, remember, led in the game. They not only lead no longer, but they're behind now. A do before might extend the advantage. Well defended by Woodworth, and then so too Lawless doing well. Do before just sharing his protests with the near side official. Needs to get his head back in the game though. Do before's an option there for the pass, but no fouls given, much to the disappointment of Barnes. Long ball finds Lawless, and his header is just off target. It's a couple of heady chances now, actually, that Kai Lawless has had today. Headed opportunities like that are a rarity in the sport, but for Kai Lawless, I'm sure they don't come around often. If they come with any regularity to players, it's usually big pivots in that sense, but the winger that Kai Lawless is must be accustomed to heading opportunities like that. His bone just ensures there were no loose ends. Harper going to retrieve the ball for the corner. Lawless. Battle there with Stapleton. Stapleton, who gets the last touch on the ball in the end. Stapleton is just seemingly into the path of Barnes, but he just checked back and really just saw the ball run away from him. Seven minutes and 35 seconds left to play. Loose touch from Lucas. Feels as though there's at least one more goal in the game, doesn't it? Don't want to put the commentator's curse on that, but it seems as though Bolton are going to break down the Manchester defence and score a really well-worked goal, or Manchester are going to hit them on the counter-attack. Those two scenarios seem most likely by way of the next goal in the game so far. From what we've seen so far, of course, could change from here, but it seems that way. And Manchester might look to change it by bringing their goalkeeper forwards. I think he's going to just backtrack now, though. It was more of a escape route than probably keeping possession of the goalkeeper forwards. It's that risk versus reward with that, isn't it? And I don't think the reward is going to outweigh the risk in that sense at this stage, but we'll see as the game goes on. On the same token, wonder whether Bolton will begin to think about fly goalkeeper and at what stage. It's interesting though, isn't it, because Joe Payne played the first half. He would usually be the fly goalkeeper for Bolton rather than bringing a player on to replace the regular goalkeeper and use an out-court option with the fly goalkeeper's jersey on, but Bickerstaff probably less so accustomed to doing that. Can play forward, of course, in the attacking half. Did that on plenty of occasion during his time at Loughborough Students, to be fair. Foul given for the challenge there. The free kick's gone the way of Bolton for Radusio King there backing in to the Bolton fix, and Manchester pivot is penalised. Moves Manchester onto 3 fouls, which is always just kind of the point at which you begin to just give a second glance at the foul count, with still a substantial period of time left to play. Ought to be in the back of the minds of the Manchester players now. And the game was tight as this anyway. Bolton kicking. Whaley backtracking. Bolton changing the angles. Lucas. Bulmer. These 5 players seem to have been on the court for an extended period now for Bolton. Rolling that one out to Thompson. Header out of play by Whaley. 5 minutes and 52 seconds to be precise left of playing time. Bolton, who led this game, now trail by 2-1. Thompson weaving a route through, and Edge is an option at the backstick here, and Edge toes it in on the line with the final touch. The skipper gets the goal. Well, Bolton might not yet be dead and buried, but it's certainly a tougher task for them now. The job in hand just become doubly difficult as Manchester move 2 goals ahead. A timeout here, sensibly perhaps called as well by the Bolton coaching team today of Joe Ryan and Cosmin Christea. Again, it's another well-worked goal, though, isn't it, for Manchester? Said that about their first second-half goal with the 3v1 that they executed really well. Edge kind of led the attack on that occasion. This time he was the finisher. Right place, right time. You've got to be there to score them. Bolton didn't get players back to track that run. As soon as it had bypassed Bickerstaff in the Bolton goal, it was always going to be turned in. So will we see then here fly goalkeeper for Bolton? It seems most likely, doesn't it? And it looks as though it will be Bickerstaff to take on that responsibility. And just getting a word of advice as well, I think, from Joe Payne on the bench, who's passing on some words of wisdom to his fellow Bolton goalkeeper. So Bickerstaff forwards. Bolton will look to get the ball forwards. Manchester might look to pick them off. Here's Whaley. It's a regular 3-2 formation set up in the fly goalkeeper system for Bolton. Imagine they'll try to set that up at every available comfortable opportunity. Right, which out of play, and I think we'll see Bickerstaff forward again here. Adam Barr will make his way to the corner of the court. So here's Whaley now. Bickerstaff did score earlier this campaign, actually. Joe Bickerstaff in a game which was also live. Brought to you on the National Futsal Series YouTube channel. That was a cup game against Birmingham, in which Bolton stormed to victory. Much more comfortable situation that one was for Bickerstaff to be playing fly goalkeeper than he finds himself in now, though. Into the final 5 minutes. Bickerstaff high up the court now. Slightly different to how we saw them start this. Bickerstaff waits towards that second post area. Whaley now. Barr, the dictator at the back. And the passes, plays that one first time, and the ball speed needs to be maintained. I wonder whether they'll try to work a a 3 in the line at some stage as well. Lucas changing the angles. Bickerstaff is now found. Can he find the pass? Put it into a good area, but I think he just tried to do that rather than actually pick somebody out. Bone couldn't quite get to it. Bolton scrambling to get the ball back before he can get back to the regular goalkeeping position, but Manchester set up back with everybody back behind the ball now. Whaley. Still plenty of time for Bolton if they can find a goal in the next couple of playing minutes even. Set up the grandstand finish if they could even just find one and then maybe go on to get another to get a point from the game. Of course, they came into it hoping for all 3, but I'm sure if you offered Bolton a point at this stage, then snap your hand off for it, really. Given the adversity that they've suffered since scoring first. Manchester know there's work to do. Way back to Bone as Manchester eat away at a few more precious seconds on the clock. Giving the ball to do that. Anajtovic keeps it in play. Good sliding tackle from Lawless. Long ball over the top, and it's just into the side netting from Karimi. Well, that, in a sense, really would have put the seal on things if Manchester had scored there. Whaley miscontrols, and an apology from him. As it stands, though, Manchester are heading to the top of the table, at least for the time being, before Bloomsbury kick off against York in just over an hour's time. We'll be eagerly looking for the score in that one. York, of course, without a couple of their regular players now as well. One of those involved in the game here. Here's a do before though, and he finds the corner. And surely now that will be that. Manchester will be heading to the top of the National Futsal Series, at least until Bloomsbury's game later. But it's going to be 3 points for Manchester, barring a disaster here for them. And Jeff Adubafor gets his goal as well. Just look at the emotions for Bolton. Having led in this game, they're now 3 goals behind. They might be left wondering exactly how that happened, but the answer really is a quality Manchester team that they're up against today. And a clinical side in front of goal as well, bar those 2 chances they had early on, where really Manchester should have been ahead before Bolton even scored. Since going behind, Manchester have taken their opportunities and taken them without fortune as well, in the sense that, really, they've all been unsavable, haven't they? I don't think there's anything that a goalkeeper could have done for stopping any of them, whether that be the one in the first half or the 3 in the second, as Mauricio King just slips at the crucial moment there, and Bickerstaff was actually caught. He's going to be replaced by Payne, who's on for the final, presumably will stay on for the final 2.5 minutes, and Bickerstaff looks absolutely frustrated on the sidelines. Being spoken to by the referee as well, who's just halted the game for a moment. I mentioned York. They've lost Matthew Barber, who's left the club this January, and Mikey Bulmer, of course, here playing for Bolton today. I wonder what sort of a team they'll be able to put out. I would imagine it'll be a youthful one against the league leaders going into today, Bloomsbury. We'll be looking for the score on that one on social media. Make sure you keep up to date as well with all of the latest news across the National Futsal Series. We'll be back live next weekend as well for more action on the YouTube channel too. But it's not over here yet. 2 minutes to play. It would take something quite incredible for Bolton to come back from here, but we'll see if they can at least change the scoreline. What's going to happen with a wayward pass like that? Here's King. Edge. Back to Bone. Was quickly closed down there as well, wasn't he, by Scott Gunn, but managed to get it away just in time. Here's Edge again. Do before. King enjoying himself now out there for Manchester. Leaves the ball behind for Ed. King with possession again. Across the face of goal and nearly finding that bottom corner as well. Silky footwork. Maducio King in first toying with the Bolton defence, and then suddenly that burst of speed, the acceleration. A standing start away from the defender. Here's Payne now back on. Gunn won't be able to keep that one in play. Woodworth. There's Lucas. Final 30 seconds. Manchester, who won the Battle of the North as this game is billed earlier this campaign. They won 3-2 in the reverse fixture. Are going to win it seemingly more comfortably here. Or at least that's what the scoreline would suggest anyway. They haven't had it all their own way today, and Bolton have made it tough for them at stages. I said it 2-1, didn't I? It felt as though there was another goal in the game. Ultimately, we've had two since then, but Bolton will be disappointed that they haven't scored since that point, because they were putting pressure on the Manchester defence. They've had chances, Bolton. I'm sure the stats as well would suggest that they've had plenty of shots. How many of those have been on target? I'm not quite so certain of the requisite percentage, really, but the opportunities have been there for them, just not quite clinical enough. That's probably the story. And there's the full-time buzzer then, which brings this one to a close. I believe anyway, or have we just been halted again at the end? This happened in the first game actually as well. But the buzzer has been sounded, and indeed it has finished. The referee just blown the full-time whistle as well to confirm that. 4-1, the final score to Manchester then. They've won this game again. Manchester really laying down a mark on the rest of the league as well in winning both of their first two games back after the Christmas break, both by 4-1 as well, beating Wessex last week and Bolton today. Manchester, for the time being, moved to the top of the National Futsal Series until Bloomsbury faced York later. It's finished 4-1 to Manchester. Bolton will be disappointed, but after leading as well in the first half, they weren't able to score after that point. Ultimately, though, Manchester, the stronger outfit today, the more clinical team. It's finished here at the Greenbank Sports Academy. Thank you very much for joining us. The full-time score is Bolton 1, Manchester 4.